Welcome, everybody, to the 2024 Midterm NHSGA presentations. The format is each team has 10 minutes to present the game that they built. A reminder that this game was built start to finish in 1 week, which is an amazing achievement. And we will go through approximately four teams for each group, and then we'll take a break. And we'll introduce each team. The team's mentor will say a couple words, and let's kick it off. Who's first?
Okay. The first team up is Team 14. I've really enjoyed watching their progress over the last week and seeing all of the improvements made to the game over the course of that week. It's been very impressive, so I hope you enjoy the presentation of their game.
So how do you do the remote thing? What's the switching? This is to go forward. Forward. This is to go back. Got it. I can stand here. It's easy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our presentation. I'm Gonzalo, a producer and an artist on this team.
And I'm Luke, the sound designer.
I'm Reno, one of the programmer.
I'm Andrew, the other programmer.
I'm Claire, the artist.
The game we've got is 1942, which is a top-down view shooter game where you control a plane in a dogfight over the Pacific Ocean during World War II. And there are several main features we want to capture in the game.
The first are the controls, which feature smooth 8-directional movement and accessible shoot and dodge buttons. There are also a large variety of enemies, even seen in the early levels, and a good power-up to deal with them. But most importantly, 1942 is fun mostly in part due to it being very chaotic and oftentimes brutally difficult, which keeps you coming back to try again, improve, and learn the attack patterns.
So when we were retheming our game, we decided to make the about witches, mainly because from a top-down perspective, witches have a lot of defining features, such as their big hats, their noses, and the broomsticks they ride on. Having chosen witches, we thought of two ways we could take the game: make it about the Salem witch trials, or make it about Halloween. After discussing it as a team and talking with the faculty, we decided we wanted to take the game in a more whimsical direction, which would fit better with the Halloween theme. So the story we ended up with is you're a witch flying from house to house on Halloween trick-or-treating, and along the way there's monsters that try to knock you off your broom. So without further ado, we can play our demo. So once we had rethemed, we created a schedule to organize what the next week would look like and what deadlines we wanted to do in order to reach our project on time.
Art and environment. Art and environment. So this was our old background during the first 2 days of the lightning round, which was a pretty random forest. But after getting some feedbacks, we noticed that it was too saturated and had too many jumpy colors, which made it hard for the players to focus on the gameplay. And it also looked pretty artificial, which was hard for our storytelling. And it doesn't fit our creepy Halloween theme. So we decided to redesign the background. And here are some of our new inspiration pictures. And they're basically just pictures of dark, swampy forests. And here's our final background design. We used much darker and less saturated colors, and we limited the colors to almost only green and blue. And we added a bunch of dead trees, skulls to add to the creepiness, and we also added some glowing wells to make it look more magical. And after designing the background, we added a layer of cloud to further desaturate our background, and we made it scroll at a different speed than the background to make the scene look more alive. Here are some additional assets, and they're starting and launching pads where between each level, the player would go and trick or treat, and this helps us transition between the levels smoothly.
Okay, so now we're moving on to the character art. So here are some inspiration pictures that we chose. Since our game takes place from a top-down perspective, we wanted to make sure that our assets were all somewhat realistic so that the player would feel that what they were actually seeing is what we wanted them to see. And the player sprite, we feel like, is one of the most important sprites because it's what the player directly has controls, and we want it to feel responsive. The few things we wanted to do, we wanted to have a retro vibe, so we made it in make it always fit in a 64 by 64 pixel square. We also wanted there to be a low frame rate of 8 frames per second, but we still wanted motion, so we used a lot of secondary motion, as you can see in the hat, the nose, and the broom bristles. We also feel like our character had a very strong profile silhouette, so we made sure that when they bank from left to right, you can see that silhouette. And here are a few more additional animations of the player falling off the broom and dying, and then puffing into a cloud of smoke and dodging. Then we have some enemies. We made them Halloween themed, and we really needed them to pop out from the background. And as you can see, how we did that is by changing the saturation and the color. So we completely avoided the color palette of the new background to make sure they didn't blend in. And we used clouds, as Claire stated, to lower the saturation of the background so that the enemies could pop out more and the player would be able to instantly recognize what's going on. Finally, we have some other effects and animations. We have the explosion, which gives the player visual feedback for when they've killed an enemy. We also have the player bullets and the enemy bullets, the red ones being the enemy bullets. And we wanted to have some clear distinction between good bullets and bad bullets and make it easy for the player to know what to avoid. And lastly, we have the candy, which is pink. It stands out, and it's easy for the player to know that this is a good thing that they have to pick up.
All right, so we also made a lot of sound for the game, and here we sort out into different genres. First is the enemy sound effect, and apparently we made most of these sounds through mouth. For example, the spider sound effect here is actually just us into the mic, and we uploaded it on Reverse, a sound designing app, made a higher pitch and reverse it, and now it sounds like this. And here's some pumpkin sound effect, which is basically spitting seeds. And here's some death sound effect for both the enemies and the players. Here's the bat death sound effect, which is but in a lower pitch. And here's the witch death sound effect. This one, we found it on Freeze Sound, so it's not us. And here we also make some background sound effects, for example, the nighttime forest. Yep, that is us whistling. And here's some wind. It's kind of soft, but yeah, that's what we want to do. And here's some other sound effect. For example, this is the trick-or-treat sound effect that plays when a player finishes a level. Trick-or-treat. Yeah, it has a mysterious voiceover. And here's the witch firing sound effect. This is the updated version because the old one, from the feedbacks of RAs and professors, we get to know that the old one sounds like a bit like gun firing. So we made a little bit editing and made it more magical and fiery. And here's the next one, walking on wooden floor. I'd say it's the most interesting sound effect we ever made. So since there aren't any room with wooden floors in ETC, so we basically just roam around the building, knocking on literally everything we can find that might sound like walking on wood. And apparently we found the answer in Iron Man. Yep, we literally knocked on Iron Man. Thank you, Tony Stark. And here's the music part. So we made 4 different BGMs for the game: menu, level 1, 2, and 3. And this is Medley, the cell phone app we use to make all the music. It's very good and convenient. And for example, here's level 1 music. And here's level 3, which you just heard in the demo. And since these different levels have different background musics, we decided to make a unique victory and defeat sound effects for each of the levels. For example, this is level 1 victory sound effect. But this is level 3.
Now we come to the programming part. So for the programming, the first thing we're going to notice is the player. The player will have the regular movement. We'll make it able to shoot fireballs and make it able to dodge, which allows them to temporarily take no damage. Yeah. And next thing is the power-up item. We made candy into power-up items. It will give you 1,000 score and allow you to fire 1 extra bullet when you're firing. And after deal with all the things about players, we move to the enemies. Because we have a variety of enemies, we decided to modularize the enemy with their common properties and common functions. And we can create different types of enemy very quickly based on our modules.
We have 5 different kinds of enemies. 3 of them are small: the bat, pumpkin, and spider, which all die in 1 hit, and the raven and skull die in multiple hits. They all have their own movement and shooting patterns. All of our level data is read from a series of text files, which have the advantage of keeping stuff safe and efficient to edit without messing anything up. And we added some particles to the larger enemies to make them feel more powerful, and some glow lighting to the player and player bullets to emphasize the dark setting and add an illumination effect. Thank you, and we hope you enjoyed.
The next team come up and set up the PowerPoint, and you can introduce them.
No, I'll speak when they're almost finished setting up. No, this. Let's get one mic. I'm gonna pass this to you guys. I'm gonna pass this one to them too. All right, the next team is Team 10. I'm their team mentor. They're an amazing team with 6 person. And then even though they've faced a lot of challenges because they're amazing retheme, they managed to do a really good job, overcome it, and this final result is stunning. All right, welcome Team 10.
These are our programmers.
I'm Carson.
I'm Eason.
I'm Kanchan.
Our artists.
I'm Kitty.
And I'm Eileen.
And this is our game. So in the original game Defender, you play as a spaceship and you go through space. You save astronauts from getting killed by enemies.
In our game Oceanus, it is focused on exterminating lab-failed marine animals that a bunch of mad scientists have failed to experiment on. They now threaten the safety of mankind, and our game is focused on a side-shooting, horizontal shooting gameplay, where you're trying to maneuver through attacks and save civilians. This is our game.
All right, so this is the menu of our game, Oceanus. As you can see, it has the title of our game and also the start and instructions button.
So on the instructions page, the user gets a manual of which keystrokes correspond to which player movements, and there's also a toggle button which lets them switch between two different modes of controls, both legacy and new.
Okay, so this is a scene that we have designed for the regular mode of the game. And as you can see, we have created all of our sprites and animations in 2D pixel art. And also, we have basically kept the same layout and composition of the original game Defender. And in the background, you can see that we have made a loopable background with animations of fish and plants at the back that are moving. And we also have multiple layers of surface water at the top, which we added parallax effects to, and those all contributes to the sense of movement and vividness of the underwater scene. And in the game, when the player takes too long to kill all of the enemies, or most of the humans are killed, then the player would enter a zone called Deep Zone, which is a harder level than the regular mode. And since the setting is supposed to be deeper in water and more dangerous, we managed to deepen the color scheme and also made it less saturated. And we also recolored the plants on the ground to red because the plants are dead.
And to match with the higher difficulty of this mode, we decided to make the enemies more difficult as well. So instead of having the regular jellyfish like the regular mode, we have the mutant jellyfish, which are faster and more aggressively attack the player. And we also have sharks, which spawn in order to directly target the player aggressively. And for both of these different layouts, we have similar background features. So one aspect that is common is the mini-map, which shows the user the enemies that are outside of the direct view of the camera. And we also have a loopable background. So from the artist's side, they created a background that matches left to right, so that for the programming side, we can put several together and loop it around once the pictures move out of the camera view. And we also have different particle systems that correspond to different colors for different characters' death on screen.
So these two are our winning and losing screen. So we had our scenes inside of the submarine because it is the player who is controlling the submarine that determines the outcome.
And the layout of the winning and losing screen are very similar to the original game in that it shows the lives, bombs left, and score at the time of death or the time of win. And at the bottom, there are replay and home buttons for easy user interaction.
So these are some of the sprites and animations that we've made. We went through a lot of alliterations and edits. For example, our submarine first started out as a blue, simple submarine, but we realized that with the background and with the setting and everything, it looked more like a fish. So we edited to make it more realistic and more military-like.
These are the core features that make up the gameplay of our game. There's the enemies, the saving of the civilians, and the actual player movement itself. For the enemies, there's three types of enemies in the games. There's firstly the jellyfish, which its main objective is to capture the civilians and drown them. However, it also fires at the player in order to keep pressure on the player. So the second is the mutant jellyfish, which is what happens when the jellyfish actually succeeds in its objective and drowns the people, which makes it into a more aggressive and more dangerous version of the jellyfish that directly targets the player rather than the people. The third one is the shark, which is more of like a punishment for going too slow rather than it is a direct enemy that you will be facing at all times, unless you're in the deep zone, which is more aggressive and more dangerous than the other two enemies. However, it is way less common to see. For the player movement, as we mentioned before, there's two different types of controls. There's firstly one that mimics the original game, or Legacy, which has A to switch directions and D to accelerate and decelerate, as well as W and A to go up and down. However, for more modern gameplay that feels more natural nowadays, we also have WASD to feel, because it feels more right. We also have 3 extra buttons, which is Fire, Burst Bomb, and Teleport, which is I, O, and P respectively. For Teleport, what Teleport does is it teleports you to a random location on the map. We rethemed that to be called Whirlpool rather than hyperspace in the original. However, it works essentially the same. The Burst Bomb also works essentially the same to the bomb in the original game, which clears the map of all the enemies on screen. The last part of the player is the player movement, and the player movement is more floaty than the original in order to be able to capture the more marine aspect of the game that we currently have, as well as the firing also mimics that as well.
So for the game UI, we decided to keep it pretty similar to the original Defenders game, where there's a score counter, a lives counter, and a bombs counter. We also have the mini-map, as mentioned by Kanchan, to show the enemies outside of the player's screen.
Now onto the sound. In the original game, there's no sound, there's no music. So we kind of, in order to fit the underwater theme, I added ambiance. We added ambiance and music, and we changed the sound effects to kind of fit the sound of torpedoes or a submarine moving. Some of our influences included Echo the Dolphin or Finding Nemo. If you remember in Finding Nemo, there's a scene where Nemo goes with the turtle into a current. I replicated the sound of the current, and we focused on the sound in Echo the Dolphin, where they replicate realistic ambiance and music. For the sound of the game, we focused. For the sound of the game, we focused on the deep zone, and in the deep zone, it's more scary, more, in a way, eerie. And so we replicated the sounds of whales or other aspects to kind of fit that sort of theme. Another example included shark shooting. For shark shooting, we used Foley, and this is our raw sound.
For the feedback that we were given on the original presentation, the ones that we most took into account were the cognitive dissonance that we had in our game because the movement felt more like the original game. However, that didn't really fit well with the marine aspect, so we changed the movement in order to more feel right. As well as we also took into account the parallax effect that we were recommended to use because that would give more depth to the player and make the game feel more immersive.
We also focused on player shooting and the sound effects to fit the ambiance. We made it echoey. We adjusted the underwater theme to fit echoey and sort of creepy. Thank you.
Up next, it's Team 7. They are a group of just wonderful, smart, and incredibly hardworking individuals. It's been a pleasure to see how the team has grown, and we're all very excited to see their presentation of their work. So have fun, guys.
Yeah, you two have one, I have one. Sorry.
All right, everyone, hello, and I'm Pierre. I'm the sound designer and the producer.
I'm Ellis, one of the artists.
I'm Hao, another artist.
I'm Kellen, a programmer.
And I'm Nikolai, the other programmer.
And this is our game, the Megatus. Our game is made based on a classic arcade game called Paperboy. And in Paperboy, it requires the player to control a character to move forward and turn left and right, to throw newspaper to houses and get points through various of ways. And also, during this process, the player needs to avoid hitting obstacles to live longer, which also towards to get a higher point. In our game, we retheme it into a theme that basically tells the conflicts between the witch and cults. So we changed the main character, which is the paperboy, to a witch and changed the newspaper to the potion. And obviously, we changed all of the obstacles, but for example, we changed the moving obstacles in front of the house to occults, and also we changed the mailbox to cauldrons. And this is our game demo.
Going into the early design process of the game, after we had come up with the basic theme of our game, we went online to search for more reference photos to figure out what type of theming we wanted. In the end, we decided to do a more dense medieval urban setting, taking place around probably the 1500s maybe. And then after we had figured out our inspiration photos, we went and designed some concept art to figure out positioning of the houses, obstacles, and then like how close we want everything together. And then for the basic timeline of our game development, on Friday, which was our first day of development, we had a basic character controller to figure out the feel of the character. On Sunday, we had our first demo for Interim. And then on Wednesday, we had our final build that you saw in the demo, or in the video just a minute ago. And then going into some of the assets we created, we used the 3D modeling software Maya to create character designs for the player and then the enemies. We have building models which we use for both the witch and cult houses, which work as the main scoring mechanic in the game. We have pickups for potions, sprites for UI, and then we also have that little frog little creature that is we use for the potion effects. That is my favorite thing. It took 5 minutes, but I would die for it.
Okay, so continuing with the art for the menu page, we decided to maintain the original feel of it and keep it as a newspaper report, but instead of doing it as a promotion for a delivery service, we decided to change it and make it into a wanted page. And this is also how we came up with the end pages as well. And then regarding scene development, for Interim, we started out with a very basic scene with blocked out buildings and assets filled in solid colors. And then for our final draft, we refined it and textured everything, added lighting, and implemented UI.
Speak about sound effects. Since our game is kind of setting in the medieval age, and so I barely use electronic instruments, I basically use kind of those acoustic classic instruments to create music that are more classic style, but with the sense of mysterious and also a little bit terrifying because of the theme, right? So this is the opening music. Sounds a little bit terrifying, can draw the player to kind of a whole setting of the game. And for the main background music, since this game is still a bit intense, it's because you need to continuously go forward and also avoid hitting everything. So I use a lot of repetitive elements to make the urgent feeling of the game. And for the sound effects, I want to make all the sound effects that are intuitive to reflect what is happening in the game. So, and also add in effects that can make all the sound effects that happens outside of the character body. When the player hears them, they can tell it's come from the left or come from the right. It will make the game more realistic. So there's some examples. The fire potion. And here's the frog potion. I added frog sound at the back. And the throwing. And the last is the crash. And besides this, I made a bunch of sound effects, and this is a list of it.
Paperboy is a game with many simple elements and a few complex elements. One of the more complex elements that gave us trouble was the player's control, particularly the physics. We decided to use Unity's built-in physics engine, PhysX, for physics and collisions, for colliding with obstacles, potions colliding with targets, and most importantly for the curb and staying on the sidewalk, being able to fall off the sidewalk but not come back on except at driveways.
Creating the game also introduced some new challenges because of our design. The score pop-up is a 2D object on top of our 3D scene, and it took us a bit of time to figure out how to make it appear in the right spot. The shield effect is something that our group is particularly proud of because it is generated automatically from our models and doesn't use any assets of its own. Oh, right. In order to work effectively, we organized all of our scripts into folders to be able to easily find them. and we split our final project into multiple components, so two or more people could work on different components without interfering with each other.
And for the testing, we got a lot of useful feedbacks from our playtest, and also we made a lot of improvement based on it. So for example, we realized that our game did not give enough instructions of the game goal and also how to control the character as the first. So we come up with the idea to use the newspaper page at the first, which has come from the original Paperboy game, to give more instructions of what is the game goal and what is or how to control the characters. And also, we have some problems in our scenes that are pretty dark at the beginning, so we implement the street light models to let it serve as first a light source and to illuminate the whole scene, and also serve as the guide to guide where the player should go.
In our first round of playtesting, we found a bug where the player would fall through the world at the start of the game, but only on Tuesdays. That's an important one to fix. Going forward, if we continue to work on Magatus, we want to make the game bigger and more complete. We want to add more obstacles, add more variety in the level layouts, and difficulty settings to make Magatus into a complete arcade experience. Thank you.
And now presenting a game about the importance of using the internet safely are SD Alice, Thomas Noah, and Holt.
Uh-oh, your computer is under attack. You must navigate as a computer mouse to defeat viruses, Trojan horses, phishing schemes in order to keep your computer safe. This is our game, Not a Virus. I'm Alice, the producer and artist.
I'm Noah, a programmer.
I'm SD, the other programmer.
Thomas, the sound designer.
And I'm Holt, the other artist.
So for our original game, we were given Asteroids. So Asteroids is a game developed by Atari in 1979 where you play as a spaceship and you're floating around space, and there are also asteroids floating around space. And the goal of the game is to avoid all the asteroids. You can move around, you can teleport, and also to shoot back at the asteroids. Asteroids and UFOs and satellites all give you points, and you're trying to get the high score on whatever device you're playing on. There are a few important aspects of the original game we wanted to contain in the recreation. So one of them is the player movement. The player movement is very unique. We'll talk about it more in the programming section. Also the asteroid splitting. So when you shoot an asteroid, it splits into smaller ones, and those are harder to hit but are worth more points. And then finally, there's a kind of chaotic nature of the game. There's stuff flying around everywhere. You have to try and dodge things and move out of the way. So those are all things you'll see in our presentation later.
So our final concept was that you are someone who has downloaded a virus, and now you must move your cursor and shoot bits at the viruses in order to protect your computer. We wanted to add a new modern coat of paint to the original Asteroid, so used sprite-based graphics and post-processing.
And here is our video.
So on the surface, your main objective of this game is to shoot at the viruses to destroy them. And if you get hit by a virus, you lose a life. You get 5 lives total, and if you die, that's the final death, game over. And you would try and shoot as many viruses as you can so that you can get a high score.
So we all know that good world building begins with research. So we went to the World Wide Web and downloaded all of the viruses. But actually, we looked up some common techniques that viruses use, and we found Trojan horses and phishing schemes. We decided that in a charming twist, we would represent the Trojan horses as literal horses with this cute exterior, but a scary virus interior. And for the phishing schemes, we chose to represent them as literal fishing hooks. For the other viruses, we decided to study the form of organic viruses so that they invoke virus in the mind of the player.
So early development, we didn't really have much of a concept. We just had a theme of vaporwave. Vaporwave is, as you can see on the left, this high contrast, very neon style. And on the right is our original design for the player and the asteroids. So we eventually replaced that with the pointer and the viruses and all the other assets because these kind of didn't really fit narratively or contextually.
Now that we narrowed down our theme, we started creating our assets. We went through multiple drafts and proposals of our viruses, and also we focused on their shape language and also the color scheme, making sure that the viruses would contrast with the desktop background. We also did some storyboarding to add some stories to our games and breathe in some life to it.
The first few sounds we implemented were the more repetitive sounds that you'll hear. And to really match the vaporwave and glitchy computer feeling, we decided to utilize wavetable synthesizers and downsampling distortion to make this very glitchy and virusy feeling. So that is the sound that makes when you shoot. That is the final death sound. That is the sound when you destroy a virus. You probably know what that is. That's when you destroy a Trojan horse.
So for early programming, there are a few things we wanted to get right. The first one was the player movement. So the player movement is a big component of why the original Asteroids game is so fun. So you control the player by using left and right arrow keys to rotate left and right. And you press forward to go forward. But you have a ton of momentum, so you'll go flying all across the screen, and it takes a while to kind of turn back around and go the other direction. So you kind of lose control a little bit, but once you get it down, it's really fun to work with. So the second system we wanted to do was the virus or destroying system. So when the player shoots, if the bullet hits a virus, it'll split into smaller viruses. And all of this was kind of a strong foundation for us to build off of later when we added more complex enemies.
So, after we finished our interim presentations, we received a lot of useful feedback from our professors and peers. This feedback helped us polish our game and make it a lot more user-friendly. The most important piece of feedback we received was that when the viewer first explored our game, they had no idea where they were, what they were supposed to do, or what our concept exactly was. To combat this, we added an intro sequence in the form of an interactive desktop menu. In our desktop menu, we have apps, some that are blocked by the virus and you can not open, and others that are openable to help the player navigate the game easier, such as controls, settings, statistics, and a virus index that teaches the player about the viruses they are trying to destroy. We also had to pay attention to the shape language. Although Trojan horses are meant to seem innocent on the outside, they are actually revealed to be dangerous to your computer later on. We represented this by creating a silly little horse animation at first, but realized that the horrifying aspect needed to be emphasized, so we added in a flickering horse for when the player is in closer proximity to the Trojan horse. We also added more context to our phishing hook to make our reference more clear by adding an envelope with a notification to show how when people are trying to trick you into clicking their links, usually they use emails.
So one piece of feedback that we received during the interim was that the game felt too crowded. The enemy and the players were too big, and this left little space for you to maneuver. We dealt with this by scaling both the enemy and the players down to allow more room for movement. And another piece of feedback we received was that the player was hard to see, visibility was low. It was hard to know where your player was at all times, so we added lighting to the player, and then we also dialed back the post-processing effects.
So one of the details we added to really build out our world was adaptive audio. So the BPM of the background music scales with the number of viruses that are on screen, and the viruses pulse to that beat. Furthermore, the medium viruses create bass notes, while the smaller ones create lead notes. This results in 1.677 times 10 to the 68th power different combinations of notes, which is more than any arrangement of any number of cards in a deck. Oh, and also, to further emphasize the environment, we added post-processing effects. We added lens distortion, CRT filters, and chromatic aberration in order to replicate the feeling of a computer screen. We also added vignette and bloom to increase the intensity of our game. Oh, yes. Also, when upon a collision, we made a shader that applies to the background where it sends a ripple out, and we also have camera shake.
Yeah, so once the base game was done, we had a little bit of extra time. Like Alice said, we made a whole interactive desktop. So there are some apps that the virus is blocking, and when you try and click them, the virus.exe app kind of pulses and lets the player know that's where I need to be eventually. But there are also a few other apps that we added, some for context, some for fun. One of them was a controls window, so it would pop up at the beginning so the player would know what the controls are. There's a statistics app where you can look at your high score and your deaths and your kills. There's an index, which gives you backstory to all the different viruses, and that kind of builds out the narrative in the world a little bit. And there's also things like a credit page and the actual virus.exe app that lets you open the main game. Lastly, we got some more feedback, and this wasn't from our interim presentation, but rather some of our playtesters who found that the game was too difficult. Now, Asteroids, the original, is a very difficult game. We wanted to keep that kind of feeling. Obviously, it's very tricky to move around the player, and there's kind of stuff flying everywhere, but we didn't want to make the base game easier for fear of losing kind of that frantic feeling. But we still wanted everyone to enjoy our game. So we added a little Easter egg. It's not super easy to find, just because we wanted people's first experience to be the virus game. But if you boot up the desktop here, you'll notice there's a little settings icon there on the right. There's an audio setting, but there's also a setting that says a duck. And when people click that, you'll notice the top left there, the Bath Fun Time app becomes available to open. So if you click on that, it opens duck mode. So duck mode is a new game mode with tuned physics and easier gameplay so everyone can enjoy it. And it's retextured, and there's new sounds, which Thomas will talk about.
And since this was a bit more of an Easter egg and a bit more silly of a game mode, we decided to record ourselves for the sound effects, and one of them was a quack. Quack. And we also put that into a sampler, made an arrangement for it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I knew it wasn't fair, so thank you. Did someone not does someone not have their headphones? No? It is someone's. It's not mine. I have mine. Team 15? Is Team 15 here? You have to sit here.
I overheard Mo describing the chicken from apparently it's pretty big. So we made out.
Yeah. Okay, teammate, come up here and start. Hazel, are you? Sorry? Yeah. Yeah. No, you have to, because it's live streaming.
Does this work? Okay.
You need to start your presentation.
Okay.
You
got it?
Go now.
This is Team 8, a very dynamic team led by Chloe. And I think their diverse personalities actually worked well together to create something really special and also very consistent in the gameplay and the aesthetic. Yeah, great job.
Hello everyone, we are Team 8 and this is our game Beakthon. My name is Chloe and I'm the artist and the producer of this team.
My name is Brittany. I'm the other artist.
I'm Pranav, I'm one of the programmers.
I'm Freya, I'm the programmer.
I'm James, I'm yet another programmer.
And I'm William, the sound designer.
So, let's talk about our game. What is Beakthon? Beakthon is a remake of the classic arcade game Zaxxon, which is the first 2.5D game ever created. Now, Beakthon is a 3D version of that game that's a isometric 3D side-scroller, and your goal is to guide your little bee as far as possible, shooting down enemies to get a high score. So, let's take a look at our game. All right, let's talk about the art of our game. So, we decided on a bee concept when Brittany noticed that there was a bunch of hexagon tiles in the original Zaxxon boss level, and we found that the bee theme was actually perfect because there was an equivalent for every single important object in the game. So the first thing we started with was some environment concept arts to see exactly how our game would look. As you can see, we concepted out a flower field and a water level and decided on the flower field level due to the fitting of models as well as the lighting that we could have.
For the character models, because our theme was related to bees, we mostly use things that are related to bees. For example, enemies are predators of bees, including wasps, and a bee eater, which is a type of bird. And the environment is mostly related to nature. We use shape language in the form of like hard edges, points, to help the player identify which models are enemies or dangerous to the player. And we also used warm colors in order to flesh out the assets against the cool nighttime background.
For the modeling, we decided to go with a very low poly style to capture the cute image of a bee, and also used, again, focused on the shape language of the enemies in order to distinguish them from the bee. We chose the low poly style also to help make sure that we could meet the time limits, because 3D modeling takes a lot of time, and both me and Brittany are not 3D artists. But we did learn a lot through this project.
To keep up with the low poly theme, we used a minimal amount of detail in terms of like texture or visual noise. And for the textures, we used a lot of hand-drawn details to keep up this cartoony feel.
For the animation, we wanted to make every single model feel alive. And in order to do that, we created idle animations for everything. For all of the models with wings, we gave them a flapping animation that played, since most of these models were flying through the air. And for the frog, we gave it a leg and arm movement animation when it jumped. For the flower enemies that you saw in the video, they have squash and stretch every time they shoot, which helps better telegraph the attacks. And for the environment, it looked a little bit nasty until we filled it up with a bunch of models. So this is where we spent a lot of time trying to make sure that all of the levels felt alive. As you can see in the 4th level, we have a parallax background that helps add to the illusion of the bee's movement, as well as waving grass in the wind to help add motion to the level. Alongside this, we had cloud models in the sky level that would fly past, creating even more of a sense of movement, as well as serving as a barrier between the two levels to hide the transition. And one of our biggest challenges was the modular 3D walls that served as obstacles in the level, as they needed to be able to be auto-generated by the level generation that was coded by the programmers. In order to do this, we decided to go with a rock wall instead of the log that we originally had in our concept, as this would allow us to create blocks that could be fitted together into clear obstacles for the player to navigate through. Now let's talk about sound.
Right, for our sound, we chose to go with an 8-bit theme because we want to make it reminiscent of the original Zaxxon game. So we have an arcade-like feel. Right, so these are 4 main components that make our soundtracks an arcade feel. Right, so for the main tracks, we have 1 track for different scenes in the game, and all of them are made using a virtual instrument that uses 8 bits to make it authentic. So for the main menu theme, it's a short, energetic track. For our field level, it's another energetic track. And for our sky level, it's a 3-voice fugue. Finally, for our boss fight, it's a very tense ostinato that uses a chromatic scale to display the increase in intensity of the gameplay. And now we'll move on to sound effects. So for sound effects, there are 4 main categories, and most of them are made using a synth, using the same plugin, but some are sampled from SoundSnap. So for the player sounds, it's the main bee buzzing noise, and also the attack and death sounds. This is the bee attack noise, and for enemies, there are different attack sounds for different enemies. This one is the boss attack sound, which shoots lasers. And then there's the win and lose sound effects, which is reminiscent of the NES sounds. And finally, the UI sound, which is the enter game sound effect. And now we'll move on to programming.
All right, so let's begin with the UI. So in the original Zaxxon, there's an altitude meter, a fuel meter, and an enemy kill counter, as well as score in the level. And so we wanted to replicate all these features in our UI. So it's laid out pretty similar to the original Zaxxon. We still kept the altitude meter, even though it's less needed in our new 3D environment. And overall, we put our own spin on the UI to make it match our more cartoony and toonish feel. Additionally, we have lots of movement in our UI. So for example, when you kill the boss, clouds fly in and out of the screen to signal a transition to the next level. And we also have lots of fade-in effects.
All right, the beat mechanics. Of course, you can move. When you move, there's like this tilt effect. And since we're trying to be somewhat faithful to the original Zaxxon arcade game, you actually have to mash your attack button in order to fire in rapid succession. And the bee is actually stationary. The map just moves backwards. Yeah, and the bee has like a fuel gauge. It decreases over time. If it runs out, you die. And to replenish it, you have to shoot at flowers.
All right, so in the original Zaxxon, the way it works is after you beat the final boss, the game resets back to the beginning. You play through the level over and over again until you run out of lives, and the goal is to get a high score. For us, we thought that it would be a bad idea to keep the same level design over and over again whenever you play the game, because it would be boring for the player. So we opted for procedural generation for our levels. So as you can see here, we have 3 different level layouts for the exact same part of the game. And so the way it works is each row spawns in and despawns, bringing in enemies with it. And this is all generated with an algorithm. And during testing, we were able to come up with good enough spawn rates for all of our obstacles. So the game isn't too hard or too easy, so it provides a nice challenge for the player. And we also applied a similar effect to our background elements, like the parallax and the clouds in the background, to really keep the illusion that we're keep moving forward when everything is different. So every run, you have a different experience for the user. Next, we used a lot of particle effects in our game. So for example, we have explosion effects on death, and the boss shoots lasers to create a sense of danger for the player and to liven things up. For our wind obstacle, it was also made through the particle system, as you can see over there, to create the illusion of movement and overall not make it super solid. We also have speed lines in the sky level to make it look like the bee is moving forward. Because without the speed lines, we found that it kind of looks like the bee is flying in place. And so this really adds to the illusion. Finally, as you can see, we have a score pop-up that whenever you kill an enemy, it'll display there how many points you got, and it'll move with the screen. And this is really good because it helps the player keep a sense of progression in the games, because you're always constantly looking around the screen, so it's really nice.
Okay, let's talk about the enemies. For the frog enemy, it is just like the ground missile in the original game Zaxxon. We make the frog jumping up and down as a loop. When they hit a certain height, they will go back to the ground. And the player can also shoot the frog to earn some points. For the wasp enemy, we have 3 types of them. The tracker wasp, which will keep tracking the player. The random wasp, it is randomly showing on the screen. And also the circle wasp, it will fly to the player, draw a circle in the air, and left from the lower right corner. Since it is a 3D game, we make some back and forth movement for the wasps. Also, the wasps can also shoot the stickers to hit the player.
And the roses, or the shooty flowers, or the turrets in the original Zaxxon game, they spawn in and shoot in 3 different directions, and they shoot at random intervals to make it unpredictable. And the boss, in Zaxxon, the boss just kind of shoots a single missile at you, so we decided to change things up a little bit. It shoots lasers. The lasers are charging, so it's telegraphed. If you're wondering why the bird shoots lasers, it is because it is a government spy drone. Yeah, the bird has 3 types of attacks: 1 horizontal sweep, 1 vertical sweep, and 1 attack that targets the player's current position that gets our playtesters every single time.
We're really proud of all the work that we did, and we hope you like our game.
Next team, you can load your presentation. You can wait for 2 or 3 minutes.
Oh, they can all wait until 2 minutes.
You can wait for, yeah, you can wait for 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm the mentor for Team 15. They're a bunch of lovely and wonderful students. Even though they encounter some difficulties at first, they keep learning from each other and other TAs. And finally, they have this exciting result. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. We're Team 15, aka Team 5 Foodies, and here's our game, Let Him Cook. My name is Amelia. I'm the artist and also the producer.
I'm Jillian. I'm the artist.
I'm Summer. I'm a programmer.
I'm Andrew. I'm also a programmer.
I'm Evan. I'm the sound designer.
So our original game was Punch-Out, which is a boxing game where the player character is a boxer and he goes on to defeat multiple boxer enemies and moves up the levels. We had several ideas for redesigns. Our first idea was the player character would be a wizard and he would fist fight other wizards. Our second idea was the one that we went with, where you would be fighting food, and the third idea was to put the teachers as enemies in the game, which you would fight. So our idea that we went with was the player character, who is a chef, needs to fight a pizza that has come to life in his kitchen.
Okay, so now we're going to play the demo video. You can see that you start the main menu, you click start, and there's an opening cutscene to introduce your characters and also the story. Here is the main gameplay section. You can see we have UI with player health, and we have score and the timer. And you can see we also have a bar down here that controls the crit attack. When it fills up, you can do a special attack. You can see we just knocked out the pizza. You have to knock the pizza out twice to win. You can also see we have our TAs here as the referees. There you just use your crit attack. And you knocked out the pizza again.
2, 3.
And also, of course, there's different player movements like dodging. There's guard up, guard down, and of course left punch, right punch. And you win.
So actually, when we come to the concept art, we got a really lighthearted theme. So we would like to make the entire art style somehow really comfortable, cute, and also interesting. So I use a manga style for this scene and also adding a lot of different colors. So to show the players the environment from 2 different perspectives. And also for the pizza, actually, it just started from the pizza in Resiny Hall, our canteen, and later we made it brighter to fit in the high Seattle rated scene. And also, I once wondered whether it's gonna be to emphasize on the pizza, but later I figured out that it's gonna be the best choice to make the enemy so visible.
So when we designed the chef player, we decided to make him less saturated than the rest of the scene in order for him to stand out. The gloves that he wears are both reminiscent of oven mitts and also boxing gloves as an homage to the original. Here are win and lose screens.
And this is the opening page with some simple UI and animations on that. And actually, for the opening video, we aim at giving enough prepared time before the battle for the players and also let them know a little bit about the background story. So we just create this short video, and we use special coloring materials to make it like an unfolding story. And these are the UIs for the text, numbers, and icons. And also, the keyboard instruction help the players who first play this game to figure out how to control the buttons.
So now we are going to talk about the coding part of this game. First, before we coded, we researched the game's mechanics and we planned it out. We researched the score calculations and the damage calculations so we could be accurate to the original game. And then we split up the coding tasks into the player and the enemy, and we listed all the features that we needed to implement.
So the original game Punch-Out is quite an old game, so there's not much documentation online, and it's not really like we can like easily find like a decompiled version to reference. So even though we've experienced some difficulties with research, in the end we were able to find this comprehensive guide by Andrew Schultz, so big thanks to him.
So our game went through a lot of changes after interim, but during interim we had hard-coded state machines, and state machines are basically, it's a system where there's different states that will shift when, based on the player input. And we had state machines for the player and also the enemy, and by interim we also had the basic sound effects, basic sprites, but the sprites were just like 1 frame for each movement, and we also had basic enemy AI so the pizza could actually fight against you.
We've received a lot of helpful advice during interim and playtesting, which helped us realize a few things about our game. One was that it was hard to distinguish between a few states the player could enter, whether they were dodging or getting hit. And another thing we realized was that a lot of our pizza sound effects didn't sound like you were hitting pizza. It was very unclear what the player was, I guess, made of. So we managed to fix a lot of these issues in our final with a lot of improvements, which we'll talk about now.
So after receiving feedback from our mentors, TAs, and playtesters, we knew we had a lot of work to do. So first, we began by replacing all the complicated and confusing hard-coded parts with Unity's built-in animator state machine system, which is more intuitive, visual, and feature-rich. So as you can see, it started out really long code, and then it became a little bit complicated, and then we were able to sort it out in the end. And on top of a few of the features I'm about to talk about, it was much easier to integrate with the input system that we used, which allowed the player to feel more responsiveness from their inputs and actually feel like punished or rewarded for doing the correct thing or the incorrect thing. So on top of that, the big 2 benefits of using the animator state machine is, first of all, we are able to actually animate it, like make custom animations and sequences that play out more smoothly. So as you can see, we can add a wind up to the pizza. And on top of that, we are able to implement a feature in the original game, which is if you have enough skill, you can read the telegraphed attack pattern, which is the wind up from the pizza, and you can actually punch them while they're winding up and interrupt their attack. So it's better players are more rewarded for doing riskier moves. And on top of using this animator state machine, we also added a few of the core features of the game that are much needed to keep the same feel. For example, the knockout sequence. So the pizza just, if you kill the pizza, you don't just win. You actually have to kill him again. And also the special attacks, which are the uppercut and the hook, which you can charge up attacks, and there's a bar that you can charge up to use them. And we also added a combo feature that allows you to get bonus damage for doing more attacks.
And we also updated our UI with our artists' font assets, and we also added the TAs as the referees.
So talking about speaking of the TAs, we for sound implementation, we needed voiceovers from our TAs, Michael, and we chose Michael and Ginny for the referees, which means we needed to use the sound studio for the first time. And we, not only with recording their voices, we also needed to program them into the game and make sure both of them can interact with what state the player or the enemy is in and program their voice lines. But for most of our sound effects, when hitting happens, we used a tool called BFXR, which is very good for impactful sounds in video games. We used it for the hitting, other types of impact, and dodging. However, as per advice, we decided to use Foley for pizza hit sounds. And well, you might be wondering what we used for Foley, which will be revealed soon. If we can play the video. We received advice to make it sound like we were hitting pizza. So what better place than Resnick? We can move on. But we composed a few tracks for our game, one being the intro. We have a win and lose sound. We have our opening video. And we have our fighting background music.
Actually, sound is a big challenge for our guys because all 5 of us are not professional sound people. But actually, I'm so proud to say that we figured it out together due to our cooperation. Not only about sound, but also the whole process. We are only able to stand in here successfully because we always help each other.
Thank you for coming to our presentation, and special shout out to the TAs for helping us with programming and sound.
So I'm the mentor of Team 12. This is the first time ever being a mentor and on a team, and also I think this game kind of spoiled me. So they're always friendly and efficient as a team, and they always come to me showing their progress and also asking for suggestions. And also this team has one of the best producers, Irish. We have the same name, but I swear it's coincidence. It's not because we signed like it during the mentor assignment. Now I'll give the stage back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today. So before I begin, I want everyone to, you can close your eyes if you want. Just imagine yourself as a lively 12-year-old girl in a weird and wonderful world. You're planning to have a tea party with your friends, but, do you have the clicker? But as you're about to unpack, you realize that all the snacks are completely gone. The box is empty. What could have happened? It must have been the evil Queen of Hearts who wants to monopolize all the treats for herself. So, what do? What about your tea party? Well, find out next in our game, Malice in the Palace. So, you decide to sneak into the Queen's palace and retrieve all the snacks by yourself. So, run away from the card soldiers and the Queen, collect all the sweets, and make sure, most importantly, to not get caught.
Well, well, look what the king dragged in. How dare you! You're in my house now. Helios, you're nothing! Off with your head!
Thank you. Okay, thank you. We're Team 12. I'm Iris, the artist and producer.
I'm Sila, the other artist.
I'm Darian, the sound designer.
I'm Nicholas, I'm one of the programmers.
I'm Lucas, I'm the other programmer.
So we recreated the 1983 arcade game Mappy. In it, you play as a policeman mouse trying to retrieve stolen items while escaping some cat criminals. Closest thing I can compare it to is Pac-Man, but there's gravity.
So as you have seen, our re-theme is based on the adventures of Alice in Wonderland, where Mappy is replaced by Alice, and the enemies are replaced by the Red Queen and the card soldiers.
Okay, so we wanted our game to take place in the Queen's Palace, so we took reference from both the live-action show and the animated movie. So here are some initial SketchUps that we had, and then we have a side-by-side comparison with our background from the interim and our final product. So during our interim presentation, we got some very helpful feedback that it wasn't clear enough that the background was the background, the characters were the characters, so we added contrast by darkening the background. And here's the final product.
So for our initial character designs, we took a lot of inspiration from the popular renditions of Alice in Wonderland. For the Queen of Hearts, we took from the movie and the live action. And we tried to make them more vibrant to contrast against the muted background. So some of our feedback was to shade some of the characters, so we added some more shading to the card soldiers to make it blend in more. So here are some initial character sketches for Alice. We had 5 different drafts and then ended up choosing these sprites as our final and here's the animations featured in our game.
And then above here, we have all the treats that Alice is supposed to collect from the Queen's Palace. So they all have varying point values indicated by their different colored borders.
Okay, so here's some UI art we made. So there's the title screen, which kind of sets the mood for the gameplay. And then we also added the tutorial to help the player navigate the game. There's also cards for our lives, and then our death sequence animation. Yeah.
And then here you can see some side-by-side comparisons between the original Mappy game and our rendition.
So for sound design, we use the Fmod spatializer which maps sounds in the stereo field based on its relative position to the player. So here we have some examples. We have the Queen's footsteps, when the guards fall down, and the trampolines. And these sounds all sound like they're coming from that specific source. And it helps immerse the player into the world. Also, we recorded voice lines using Iris, our crazy voice actor. she was pretty good. And yeah, this is what it sounds like.
Off with your head! You can run, but you can't hide.
And then for the background music, we wanted to go for a whimsical and kind of weird feel to match the world of Wonderland, and also make it feel like Alice is creeping through the palace.
All right, so for programming, much like many other games, we use a state machine to control our moving objects. With some added complexity because we didn't use Unity's physics system, so we have to code responses for like responding to forces and gravity ourselves. Simplest state is just horizontal, move left to right. We have a jump transition state, which plays a small animation to jump while transitioning between states. Up and down, move you up and down until you hit something. Knockback moves the player backwards if they got like hit in the face with a door. Finally, we have shockwave state. This is for enemies when they get hit by a shockwave projectile. It just stuns them while they're being moved backwards. Other parts of the game are controlled by hidden assets that you can't see while the game is running. These are things like jump bridges, which are spots where the player can start jumping to move around. Player zones, which are for detecting what height certain objects in the scene are at. And enemy junctions, which are spots where the enemy AI can recalculate their route.
Okay, so we added some interactions that the player can interact with. So we added a door that both the player and the enemy can open and close. And also depending on its orientation, they both can get a knockback effect if the door opens on them. We also added collectibles, so items on the ground that when the player picks up, he gets a score value. If he picks all the items up, he wins that level. And if he picks 2 of the same item in a row, he gets a multiplier effect that is stackable. Okay, so we also implemented background and UI. So we added parallax scrolling to the background to give a more immersive and 3D feel to the game. We added pop-ups, so when the player picks up an item, the score value for that specific item pops up for a brief second. And we also added a visual life system, so when the player loses a life, the card essentially disappears.
So here are some of the problems that we had during the process. First of all, we had Fmod problems, as everyone did, and also perforce kind of sucks as well.
So for programming, our player's rigid body was kinematic, so we had some struggles in actually doing the collision in itself. And as Nick said, we had to manually program our collision. Also in the original game, Mappy, the door mechanics are like very complex for some reason, so we had some struggles in mimicking that perfectly, but we did capture the essential functions of it.
Okay, and then we also wanted to have a narrative in our game at first, but unfortunately, due to limited time, we could not get that implemented. But the game still worked out in the end. And then, so how did we all get it done in time in like the limited 1 week span that we had? So on the first day, we actually made a planning document wherever we wrote down all our retheme ideas and where we recorded all our observations about the game Mappy. So we really wanted to deep dive into the mechanics and flesh out the game so we can make a good retheme. And then we also made sure that we met up at least once per day, even on the weekends, so that we could check up on progress and assign tasks for the future. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm the mentor of Team 1, and I'm really proud of all the work that they have done during the lightning round. They are a team of highly skilled individuals, and they collaborated very well. You'll see the results, but they innovated a lot on the original game that they had to remake, and you can see the innovation here. I'll give it up.
All right.
Hey everyone, we're Team 1, and our game is called Mega Psycho Bear 2. This is our team. My name is Eric. I'm the sound designer and producer.
I'm Manfred, one of the artists.
I'm Donna, one of the artists.
I'm Quentin, I'm one of the programmers.
I'm Dennis, one of the other programmers.
So the game we got assigned is called Rampage. It's a classic arcade game where you play as a monster trying to destroy buildings to get a high score. So let's take a look at our demo.
When he finally thought the humans would stop, they came for more. Now, Mecha Psycho Bear back for action.
In Mecha Psycho Bear 2, you want to destroy as much building as possible, the same as the enemies. However, you want to be careful. You want to avoid the drones because you don't want to get damaged. And also, you want to collect power-ups and avoid hazards.
So we revisualized the theme of Rampage by introducing a 2.5D aspect to the game. We made the buildings 3D, and we also added a cyberpunk theme to the game.
A little bit more on the story. The game is set in a world in the distant future where humans have begun experimenting on animals, and Psycho Bear is no different. Psycho Bear is a weapons experiment, but there's a problem.
Psycho Bear has escaped, and thus, when designing the visual aspects of Psycho Bear, we decided to pay a homage towards the original arcade game while also incorporating a few 3D features to make it a complete 2.5D game. And why 2.5D, you may ask? Well, our team consists of a very experienced 3D modeler who creates high quality models.
And we also have this amazing 2D artists who have drawn sprites for actual games and have over 8,000 hours on a sprite. So what should we do? We decided to combine our skills by making a 2.5D game. So for the 3D part, we decided to make the entire background as well as the destructible building 3D. As you can see, I made some models from Blender for the background buildings. I also made some hologram texture to make it look like sci-fi. Since this game takes place in the human society, we want the player to feel like, oh, they're actually in human society. So we set the location of the game in America. As you can see, we made the Golden Gate Bridge from San Francisco based on the actual blueprint, as well as the Statue of Liberty from New York.
When designing the 2D aspect of Psycho Bear, I decided to pay a homage towards the original sprites, such as making the playable character Psycho Bear have a large head while a mini muscular physique, and making the enemy sprites a futuristic army to keep in tandem with the future theme we were going for. And as you can see here, these are the original concepts for Psycho Bear the team did before starting on gameplay. This enemies, items and UI, we of course stay with the futuristic design, such as having a hologram tree, making the armies have futuristic helmets and laser rifles, and have the life bar be a battery that has a crystal inside. And for the palette, we decided to use A sprites AAP 64 color palette that allows us to achieve the futuristic style we were going for Psycho Bear, the enemies, and the UI.
For our player controller, we implemented basic movement, left and right, and climbing and attacking. But with our climbing, there were a couple of issues since the sprite itself is 2D, but the background is completely 3D, so we had to make some recasts to make sure all of that worked correctly.
So for building destruction, we have each building made up of several different units that are each individually simulated. So when the player breaks one unit, once they break enough, the whole building falls with some nice effects. We also have collectibles to go with that. So collectibles have a chance of spawning after you destroy a building unit. And we have a battery that heals the player when they hit it, and a water tank that's a hazard, so people don't just spam the buildings. We also have the window enemies, which closely mimic the enemies from the original game. We have a grenadier and a soldier that have different types of projectiles.
We also have a moving enemy, the drone, which spawns from 2 different locations outside of the camera view. And then once they spawn, they target on the player's location and kind of offset a little bit so they can swoop down and shoot a bunch. We also have a 3-state life bar system where the lower the health of the player goes down, the sprites change into something more glitchy and dramatic.
The original game of Rampage had very minimal sound design, and so we took a lot of liberties with how we built the soundscape for this game. The first part is to construct music, and we made 2 music, one for the menu and one for the main gameplay loop. But what's a lot more interesting is how we implemented the sound effects. We utilized Fmod, which is a very popular sound engine, and it's been used in many successful games that have really good sound design. Here, we used a really important feature of Fmod called multi-instruments, and they represent a whole world of possibilities. What possibilities? Well, let's break down our breakage sequence. We sampled over 33 different breakage sequences, and we found that 6 roughly creates a very compelling sound. By using all of Fmod's feature on randomization, from randomizing the pitch, pan, start time, and even speed, and even when these things place, we can create mathematically over 1 million unique breakage sounds. This means you'll never hear the same breakage sounds ever, and we applied the same concepts to nearly all of our sound effects in the game, except for the music. So here's a demo of our breakage sound and how it's different every time. We also applied to this on our low HP, where we recorded tissue, but we randomized it. We also utilize other useful features of Fmod, such as AHDSR, to smoothly transitions between our snapshots on the low HP. And the most important part, we wanted to make the music adaptive to the movement you're doing. It wouldn't make sense for an intensive part of the beat to drop when you're just moving around in the map. But we simply cannot transition the music immediately as the player triggers an action because the intensity levels in the beat is so dramatic that we needed to transition on the perfect beat like an EDM drop. So we built a system inside of Fmod that uses quantized transitions so that the developer can trigger a transition whenever they want, and the music will wait until it's the right time to transition. The developer has already triggered the transition here, but it's waiting. Now it transitions. So it sounds like a fully produced track. And we also did some practical sound that includes Foley and voice acting. Thank you so much, Nick, for voice acting our bear. And this is his process audio. And we did Foley as well as sound design for our laser. We started with a bass synth like this for our laser, and we processed it into this. And now it's on to the part. Some projects aren't perfect, and we'll be the first to admit that ours isn't either. In fact, on the last day, we came up with a list of things that we do if we had 2 more days. But as the producer of this project, I want to say I'm so proud of all the work that my team has done. I'm so thankful to be working with such talented people over the last week, and I'm just really proud of the place we're at. So that's Mega Psycho Bear 2. Thank you so much for listening to your presentation.
Yeah, break. Hello, everyone. Just a second, just a second. Did anyone forget their headphones here?
Hello. Yeah. Hi. We're back from break. The presentations so now have been amazing, but we'll start with the second half. And introducing Team 11 is me, and I was a team mentor for them this lightning round. And to be honest, I personally thought they took a lot of courage and they experimented with the game and tried to make Marble Madness their own, which is amazing. So yeah, Team 11, woohoo!
Follow me, okay? Yeah. So wait, come back a bit.
Yeah, I'm next to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? I'm Lancelot, and today we are going to present to you our perfect game, Vetro Corsa. Vetro Corsa means glass racing in Italian, and we think it sounds gorgeous. That's all. And here's our team members, and we've got programmers Jason, Ishan, and Stefan. We got artists Mindy and Emily, and I'm the sound designer, also producer Lancelot.
So the game that we were assigned is Marble Madness. Marble Madness is a 3D isometric platform game in which the player controls a marble through a series of levels containing numerous obstacles and enemies which try and stop the player from completing the level. Some key features that we thought were important to implement were the life and death of the ball, the difficult movement and mechanics of the ball, the timer, which creates a sense of urgency when finishing the level, and the score.
So after brainstorming, we finally came to our final theme of a glass museum. So we sought to stay true to the original Marble Madness isometric track, but it has our own aesthetic twist to it. So each level, it's a different exhibit, and in each exhibit, it features a different environment, but it still has the same crystalline theme. So now you'll be seeing a clip of our second level. So here are some of the models and rigging we did in Maya. We especially focused on the animations of the ocean animals to make them feel alive when they're moving around. This makes the track interactive for the players, and it makes the enemies seem like an actual threat. So the most important thing on the art aspect is that we had to nail down the shaders in order to create that crystal clean visual. So we first made one crystal shader, and then we replicated it, but with different colors. We were able to layer like up to 3 colors in one shader to add depth using the Fresnel effect.
The UI.
So to the left, you'll see the menu screen, and to the right, on the top, you'll see the win screen, and on the bottom is the losing screen that says every second counts, because it's a race. So for level 1, the theme is ice, and we made it pretty simple, so we focused on the color palette. We had a dark background in order to contrast the glowing from the statues. This created a very cold atmosphere, but it was still very dreamy to the players. But for the ocean level, we went all out on making it a very open world space. You'll see there are very tall kelp in the background, and if you look at the middle picture with the glitching gate, in the background there are rays of light moving that represent the light refracting on the water surface. You also see that the squid and the manta rays are reddish purple because they're enemies, but the turtle is green, which matches the environment, because it's the friendly turtle that helps the player cross the track.
So because of our programmers' efficiency, many were scrolling Instagram Reels by the interim submission. So afterwards, we decided to implement PvP mode. So in the original Marble Madness, there's a 2-player mode in which both marbles race on the same course, and they have the options to bump each other off and impede the other's race. So we first copied this mechanic in the ball-to-ball bumping mechanic. And doing so adds more tension, and the other ball can easily fall off the map if you aim it correctly at the right speed. However, we also implemented another mechanic, which is the dashing to stun and to kill mechanic. So if you charge up your dash, you can go at a fast speed, and if you hit the other player, you can stun them and more easily knock them off the map, which requires strategy and timing. However, we also thought this was interesting to add to the single-player mode, which we use to kill enemies if you do charge.
So in addition to the various mechanics that we added, we also implemented many different ball states. The first of these is the stun state, which the marble enters if it takes a very slight amount of fall damage. In the stun state, the player is unable to control the ball for 1 second. If the player takes a significant amount of fall damage, however, then they'll enter the dead state, in which the player's ball breaks apart. And after dying, they enter the respawn state, which allows the player to continue playing the game and try and finish the level again.
So, for a key change, we wanted to enhance the competitive aspect of Marble Madness, and we did this in 2 main ways. The first of which was implementing the dash mechanic, and the second was through level design. Okay, so the dash, as well as being a direct form of PvP, also allows the player to experiment and be creative throughout the levels, as you can find skips and the best moments to use the dash, because it's got a cooldown, but it can also redirect the player's momentum entirely. So it's pretty high risk, high reward. So for track 1, it's pretty much a 1-to-1 copy of Marble Madness's track 1, but it also serves as an introduction level because it has a simplistic enemy, simple obstacles, and a point of balance, so the player can learn basic ball mechanics. Track 2 is the one that we designed ourselves. It is PvP oriented, provides many high points of tension and possible uses for the dash, though we discovered many more. And as the level goes on, it pushes the players closer together and ends in a finale with the moving turtle platform, which you guys saw earlier. Whoops. Right, so for some inspirations. First, we have the enemies in confined areas. As you can see in the Marble Madness version, the olive, that's what it's called, circles a small area, and that is where we found it functions best. So we implemented that same idea into our level 1. Next, we have shoots. They were in original Marble Madness, and now they are ours. So, ability to kill enemies. This was, I think, only available in the last level of original Marble Madness, but we like the idea, so we kept it full time. It's just that you have to be fully charged up. The dash. And here are some extra shout outs to the original Marble Madness. Cool. Before I show this last clip, this is footage of a professional Virtual Corsa player doing one of our dash mechanics. It is the craziest one we have found, so enjoy. And that's the level.
And that's all. Thank you.
Okay, so here comes Team Profits. There are a bunch of very intelligent and creative individuals collaborating together to achieve some really crazy things. In fact, rather than a team, I like to call them an indie game studio, because they developed such an incredible piece of work in just 5 days, and now it's their showtime.
Hello everyone, we're Team Profits and we're so happy to show you our game Cleanup, where players sweep for survival. I'm Alex, the artist and producer.
I'm Dishik, I'm a programmer.
I'm Isaac, the other programmer.
I'm Zoe, I'm the other artist.
I'm David, the sound designer.
A brief overview. Cleanup is based up on the 1982 arcade game Dig Dug, where players mine through rocks and get chased by enemies. And what we did was we're janitors and we use falling furniture, a vacuum cleaner, and dodge mechanics to progress and kill enemies. And watch out for large critters like huge cockroaches and skeletons hidden beneath the depth of the very, very dirty room. Here's a demo. Wait, let's move this. So let's talk about brainstorming. While researching our original game, we figured out a couple of things that make it stand out from others. First of all, its unique movement system, which we will cover later. Second of all, is many chaotic moments of unpredictability in which players have to think on the spot. And third, it's brightly colored character designs that are identifiable to players when they look anywhere. So what we decided on for our retheme is Janitor, because it emulates the theme of the original Dig Dug because it doesn't take itself too seriously, and many things can be translated with charm. Here is some of the initial level design concept art that we made, and some of the inspiration is of very dirty rooms and also rug cleaning.
Okay, so one of our first and most important goals was actually emulating the player movement system of Dig Dug because it's very nuanced and it's very hard to notice how it works unless you actually play the game. So to, I guess, study it, we played the game for a couple hours, mainly Isaac, and we also analyzed recorded gameplay frame by frame. And so a couple things we noticed was the fact that the player can move smoothly when they're walking in a straight line, but when they want to turn around a corner, like in that GIF right there, you actually have to wait until you're aligned with the grid. And so what we did is we used an input buffer system, which basically means that it calculates before it actually handles player input. So let's say I'm in between two different tiles and I want to go straight. It'll actually nudge the player a little bit to the side before it allows them to go straight to make sure they stay on that 13 by 13 grid. So as you might have seen in our video, we have the entire 2D game being encapsulated into a 3D scene in this little arcade cabinet. And so we use Blender to 3D model the cabinet, and then we use the Unity shader system, the shader graph, to be able to easily visually create a shader and that little CRT scanline effect. And I think it really makes the game feel more modern, and it utilizes the Unity engine more usefully, I guess. And so for our actual cutscene and the composition of it, we use the Unity timeline editor. This is much more useful than the Unity animator because it allows us to control different game objects, such as the FOV of the camera, the exposure, where different objects are placed, where different lights are enabled, and it's just a lot more fine control. It was a whole suite of tools that we could use to make our cutscene in Unity without having to render it.
Okay, so to render the tiles that make up the game's world, we use Unity's tile map system. So we have one main tile map layered below everything else that holds all the ground tiles. This tile map isn't edited even when the player digs. On top of that, we have another tile map which holds these black tiles that show where the player has dug. We have custom code that chooses which tile to place based on the walls and blocks around it. We don't use Unity's rule tile system for this because it doesn't support walls in between blocks as shown in that image. We also handle collision on our own instead of using Unity's tile map collider for the same reason. It also gives us finer control over player movement and enemy pathfinding. Okay, so the game features two enemies, as you've seen, the roaches and the skeletons. The skeletons have a ranged attack that lets them attack the player from a greater distance. So how the pathfinding works is whenever the enemy reaches an intersection, like in the middle image, it picks whichever direction points the closest towards the player. This sounds simple at first, but it works quite well in the confined tunnels of the game. So some levels in the game are dark. They restrict the player's vision and limit it to a small circle around them. Some enemies and objects of interest emit a light so the player can see better. This spices up the gameplay while keeping the core gameplay intact. Also, dark levels have a unique set of sound effects and music to immerse the player.
So talking about the art, we wanted to make tiles look like trash, no pun intended. So we decided to make different variations for each level, similar to Dig Dug, and place them randomly so that it blends together more naturally. And for interactables, we rethemed the rocks from the original Dig Dug to pieces of furniture and created sprite sheet animations for them to play when they fall on the ground and shatter. And lastly, to incentivize the players playing smartly and actually using the rocks as a tool to kill enemies, we created pickups, which is also a thing from Dig Dug, and they're highlighted in gold to show that they're valuable, and players get extra points. So finally, here are some things that were made but unfortunately scrapped because of ongoing development. Here's the thing, we need to make the game the best game it could possibly can, so some things need to be completely revised.
As for the enemies, the room hasn't been cleaned so long that the roaches have taken over and the skeletons have escaped the closet. Each enemy actually took longer a piece than the player did, which was kind of surprising to us. But they had actually several more animations than the player did. Each enemy had a run animation, a digging animation, and a death animation. And the skeleton in particular has both a throw animation and a secondary sprite with a rotating skull animation. Initially, during playtesting, we found that these enemies were very hard to see, and it was making the game more difficult and unfair in a way that wasn't fun for the players at all. So we upped the contrast and the saturation of these characters, and it really improved the playability of the game overall. The player, however, didn't go through a lot of revisions over time. We really liked our original design, and we went through very few tweaks over time. We wanted to make sure we could see the player all the time and that the players could keep track of their characters and the kind of hectic scenes that this game often creates. So he's bright blue, and he has a bright orange vacuum that you can use as a weapon.
All right, onto the sound design.
We thought that we'd accompany the low-resolution graphics of the game with a similarly low-resolution soundtrack, and for this we installed the Magical 8-bit plugin, which gave us easy access to these 3 basic waveforms seen here. Technically, noise isn't a waveform, but using these 3 waveforms, we managed to create quite an impressive array of sound effects, which should be shown here. So we quite liked these abstract musical jingles because it pays homage to the original generation of arcade games where they used these instead of concrete realistic sound effects for things. So we kept them in the game. And then with the sound effects done, it was time to actually compose the music. So we got to the music, and then the first thing we did was to listen to the Dig Dug soundtrack a few times, and the key takeaway we had was that it had a lot of semi-quavers, which helped to simulate the player's footsteps. We really liked the dynamic soundtrack of the original, where it plays when you move and it stops when you stop moving. So we put that into our composition. But we also added a bit of our own flair to it, so we ended up having a bass layer that constantly plays, as well as a footstep layer that plays when the player is moving. This made the music feel more stable, which was necessary because it was quite a bit more complicated than the original. In the end, we came up with this, which you probably heard in the trailer just now. And we quite enjoyed it, although it felt a bit generic for an arcade game theme. So we decided to compose something contrasting for the dark levels. We were a bit more experimental and used some techniques not commonly seen in arcade games, which we borrowed from other genres. And we really enjoyed this one because we felt like it showcased a bit more of our character as a team rather than being a generic arcade game soundtrack. And there's a lot more I'd love to show you, but because we're a bit short on time, we think the 2 themes complemented each other very well, just like our team did. Our contrasting skill sets helped us make it through this arduous process, and we made it, so thank you.
Hi everyone. So next team is Team 9. And there are a bunch of really talented and creative students, and even though they met some challenges at the very beginning, but they came up with really creative, receiving solution to that, and worked together, tackled all the challenges along the way. So let's enjoy their presentation.
Hi everyone, this is our game, Ninja Chef. I'm Ryan, artist and producer.
I'm Jerry, also an artist.
I'm Cooper, a programmer and the composer.
I'm Abdul, the sound designer.
I'm Akshaj, a programmer.
So our original game was Tempest, and the objective of Tempest is to kind of survive and go around the map while enemies are shooting up at you, and you got to shoot down, and you don't want the enemies to come at you. What made Tempest fun was that it was super chaotic, and it was hectic, and it was all over the place. It also had a super kind of dark theme that contrasted really nice with the neon colors, and it was very quick and fast-paced. So our objective was to make the game mechanics in 3D for PC users. We wanted to keep a lot of the same variables, such as the quick, fast-paced movements and the chaotic, hectic kind of environment, but we did want to change the theme from a very dark theme to more of a colorful theme. And here's our game.
So before the interim, our original idea was spiders crawling on webs in a cave, and we would shoot shurikens at them. And we got lots of feedback on this, and we realized that this isn't really sound, like narratively. We didn't know why we're in the cave, why we're shooting spiders with shurikens, and why the spiders are coming at us. So we decided to re-theme to a sushi restaurant idea, which is more colorful, more bright, made sense with the shuriken idea, and was overall more fun to create.
3D models. So we first start by making simple models like a simple fish, and we just add different texture to it. And then we start to make various items like sushis and crabs and lobsters and a simple bag. And we also have some other items for functional use, such as we use the table to make the level design, and we use the shuriken to make our main character.
So for 2D art and UI, you probably recognize this background. It's already used as our setting of our game. It's the Japanese sushi restaurant. And originally, it was supposed to be a panorama that we put in a skybox, but unfortunately, my Photoshop wasn't working. So we settled for it to be an image for a template for basically every one of our scenes. For example, our title screen with the start sign trying to symbolize entering a restaurant versus the ending screen, which is the receipt with all the information on it, trying to emulate the idea of leaving a restaurant after you finish playing the game. And for the 2D UI and sprites, you probably recognize these two from the demonstration. The Go button acts as a transition from the tutorial screen to the main game. The Chef Ninja you saw on the title screen, and the Ninja headband, it was a place to hold the UI, like the Michelin stars, which are basically a level counter for every 3 levels you complete, as well as the chef hats, which are basically a life counter, and you get 3 of those as well. And it's placed like this on the top left corner of the game.
Okay, so shaders. So we use shaders to implement a more stylized, cartoony look. So what we wanted was, as I said, the stylized, cartoony look. We also wanted outlines. We were not too sure about that. So how we did it was we changed the amount of shaders to 3. So there would be only 3 shades of colors that are getting in from the light source. And then we also mapped it over the artist textures, so like the sushi texture, the crab texture, the fish texture. We mapped the shader over that. We also added an additional section for highlights. And we experimented with outlines, but we decided that it would not fit our game, so we decided to not use those. And we ended up with this as our result.
So for levels, we quickly realized that one or two tables stitched together wasn't quite enough to emulate the depth that you saw in the original Tempest game, which made it alluring. So we decided to make a lane 3 tables long, and to make it levels, we simply just attached a bunch of these tables, levels, lanes together to make various shapes. We have 3 closed shapes as well as 4 open shapes, which we believe provided enough variance to make the gameplay interesting.
Yeah, for sound, we use a platform Reaper to edit and modify all of our sound effects. Most of our sound effects we got from websites such as SoundSnap. We did a lot of crossfading, a lot of splitting sounds, and actually moving the audios, putting them on top of each other just so it fit our theme, just so we weren't just using just the sound, but we made it special to our sounds. A lot of the things we learned is that we needed to balance the sound effects with the music. You didn't really want one louder than the other or vice versa. We also learned that the sound effects changed throughout the week because our theme changed multiple times throughout the week, so it was a constant of keeping up with those two. We also learned that you need to have kind of like a randomness, and you needed variations in your sounds that helped keep the shuriken, for example. You didn't want just one shuriken sound, you wanted 3 or 4 so that the game didn't seem kind of boring. And here's some of the sounds. That's the fish slicing sound, and that's the shuriken sound.
So the music was made entirely in FL Studio. Originally, the music was composed of mostly electronic synths, but we soon realized that that didn't make any sense with the theme of a sushi restaurant. So we decided to completely change all the instruments. For example, the lead instrument is a sample of a Chinese moon guitar. And in the end, it sounded a lot better and a lot more like a sushi restaurant, as you can hear. And on the programming side of things, the first thing we implemented and really wanted to make sure we got right was the shuriken movement. For this, we use a new Unity input system to make things easier for us. But one of our biggest concerns going in was trying to take the wheel movement of the original Tempest, because the game is controlled with a wheel in order to, select what lane you're on. But we don't have a wheel, we have a keyboard. So we were trying to replicate that with the WASD input system. And it ended up not being too much of a problem because we were still able to replicate that feeling of rushing to get to the correct lane that was in the original game. So it ended up working out. For the gameplay loop, the goal of the game is to turn all the aquatic creatures into sushi before they hit your side of the table. There are infinite levels that are procedurally generated, and there's a high score system that saves to your computer and tracks your highest level. For the level generation, at the beginning of each level, the game will select a random map out of the map pool that you saw earlier, and then it will generate a list of enemies based on a credit system. All the credit system is at the beginning of each level, the game will get a certain number of credits to spend on enemies that increases as the level increases. So the harder enemies would cost more credits and the easier enemies would cost less. This keeps the game balanced and allows the difficulty to scale at a rate that we can modify a lot easier. And then for the actual enemies, the basic enemy in our game is a fish. The fish has no special behavior and is a one-hit kill. But the crab, however, although it is a one-hit kill, it will actually move between lanes randomly and has a tendency to dodge the shuriken. And then the shrimp, like the fish, doesn't have any special behavior, but takes 3 hits to kill, making it very tanky. And it's really good at pushing the enemies closer and closer to the player and adding a lot of pressure. And then the last enemy we added was the bag. The bag actually replicates an enemy from the original game that when it dies, it splits into 2 other enemies on adjacent lanes. So for ours, it can split into either the fish, shrimp, or the crabs. And yeah, that's it for the enemies.
Before we conclude, I want to thank our entire team. We've made it really far, despite the struggles we all know at first. And I also want to thank our team mentor, Mia, the GOAT. She bought us sushi, and which really motivated us. We love you, Mia. Thank you.
The next team up is one that worked on an arcade game that is actually the only one on the list that I've played as a child, and I'm very impressed with what they've done with the game. It feels very true to the original, so give it up for Omelette Roulette.
Hello. Hi everyone, we're Team Omelette Roulette. I'm Everin, producer and animator.
I'm Ella, I'm a programmer.
I'm Helena, a programmer.
I'm Sunny, an artist.
I'm Janai, a sound designer.
And I'm Ryan, a programmer.
So here's the video of the gameplay.
Thank you.
So as you probably noticed, the original game we based our game off of was Puzzle Bobble. Is the bubble puzzle game where you shoot bubbles into the frame, and the goal is to clear all of them by getting 3 of them of the same color in line. So the overall goal of the game is to accumulate the highest score possible and go through as many levels as you can.
So the original game had a theme of dinosaurs, but we decided to change it up a bit and use alien space chickens instead, along with their eggs for shooting and the gameplay.
So the very first thing we did was decide on 4 different types of alien chickens for each one of the 4 colors. The Cyclops, the Antenna, the Megamind, and the Hairless Cat. As you can see, we went through 2 iterations because during interims, we were encouraged to get even weirder and crazier with our ideas, so we went back and exaggerated all of their features.
So one of our main goals was to make this game as chaotic and weird as possible, so we made a bunch of animations, even for when the chickens and the eggs aren't doing anything. So as you can see, there are blink animations for the eggs when they're still on the frame, just to make them more creepy and more alive looking. And for the next mechanic, where it shows you which color is coming next, we have the chickens walking in and laying the egg. And we wanted to make the egg cracking as satisfying and explosive as possible, so we had a lot of animations for the flash and the crack.
So for our game mechanics, we wanted to keep to our egg and chicken theme as much as possible, so we chose objects that were related to food or chickens. So the player now uses a spatula to shoot eggs, and ketchup marks the losing line, and we also have a chicken foot acting as the wall, pushing the eggs down 1 row every 8 eggs, so it seems like the chicken foot is trying to grab its eggs. And then these are our UI assets, such as the buttons, the win and lose screens, and the score animations. And then these are our background assets. We chose a baking pan for the background of the frame, so it seems like the player is shooting eggs into the holes of the pan, along with eating utensils as decoration for the border of the pan, and this is also our game's logo. And then our backdrop, this is where we wanted to emphasize the alien part of our alien chickens. We've made a lot of chicken-related objects so far, but this is where we really bring the space part of our theme to life by putting the player into an outer space setting with planets based on each one of the chickens.
So again, we wanted weirdness and chaos, so hence the blinking animations for the planet and the flashing lights and the bright colors.
For the sound, our inspiration was the original Puzzle Bobble games. We went through every single Puzzle Bobble game, looked at each soundtrack, and for the theme and the intro song, we tried to get it as close to the feeling as possible. But for different feelings, since it's alien chickens, we did research on the sci-fi games and TV shows for music. One of them being Invader Zim, for the Almost Dead song being a rock type of metal song.
Okay.
For the audio with the animations, since they're not normal chicken eggs, we decided to use more of a slime, more of a weird slimy texture with the sounds. And for the chicken footsteps, they're more chaotic and not really noticeable when you're actually playing. Each chicken has its own laying egg sound, and for the clicking noise is kind of induced since it's a sci-fi game. And
So on the programming side of things, we needed to create a shooter that would rotate but not too far, and we also needed to generate a ball that it could shoot out, and also display like the next ball that would be coming up. So when creating the next ball, we would have to generate a random color, but then we also had to ensure that it wouldn't repeat the same color more than twice in a row, and we also had to make sure that the ball that it generated was actually a color on the screen that they could use. And we also, once the shooter loads in a new ball, it starts off a timer, and when that timer reaches 10 seconds, it just shoots the ball for them, and that's what the hurry up is indicating.
So I think an underrated part of bubble shooter games is that they always use a hexagonal grid. So in order to do that, we did it ourselves because that was easier for us to manipulate. So to do that, first we have to offset every other row by 1 radius. But then you'll notice that the rows are kind of far apart. So we had to do more math to figure out how close they're supposed to be.
So for the math, as you can see, the centers of all the balls are connected by an equilateral triangle. And if you split that down the middle, you get a 30, 60, 90 triangle. And you can use all of those triangle rules to help you find out how far apart to space the balls along with their relative x, y coordinates.
And once you do that, you get a hexagonal grid. Yay! So each ball stores an xy coordinate, which is then plugged into the formula to put it on the correct position on the screen. And this also means that if we're trying to find the surrounding balls of a certain ball, we have to keep track of which row it is on, whether it's on an even or odd row. And you'll notice that the sprites, although they're meant to take up most of the hexagon, the colliders are slightly smaller, so you have more leniency when you're shooting. And for finding out if there's multiple balls that are connected, we used recursion. So what happens is that when a ball lands, it'll check all the balls around it to see if there's any of the same color, and then those balls of the same color will do the same method. And so it will branch out the amount of times that it'll need to find all the balls of the same color. And if it's more than 3, they get destroyed. And so a similar tactic was used to find out if there's any groups of balls that aren't attached. And we had to be more efficient with this because you can't just check every single ball one by one to see if it's attached to the roof. So instead, what we do is we split it up into groups, and the groups would find all the surrounding balls of the entire group rather than the individual thing. And so when a ball lands, it'll check all the other balls, and it'll do it so with all the surrounding balls through a ripple effect, which we delayed slightly so that feels really satisfying. And so since another fun thing about Puzzle Bobble is that you could play forever, but we didn't have enough time to obviously manually make all those levels. We used procedural level generation as you progress. So what happens is that branches are made randomly from a certain position, and that ball will look at the 2 spaces underneath and choose a random one to put a ball there, and that ball will look at the underneath 2 spaces, and it'll keep going recursively. And so the number of branches generated will increase as you increase in levels, and they're all going to be evenly distributed across the board, so you won't just have them all clumped up in one place. And so you could play omelet roulette forever, which is great. Yeah. Thank you.
So we are done with the 3rd group. We have a break till 2:40, so everyone has to come back by 2:40. All right, bye.
No, I will stand up. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Ready? Team 6 is here. Wait, you don't, it's fine. You have to set up your presentation. Put it down.
Can you just hold this? I'm not allowing you to hold that.
Spread out.
James, you take one. You're going to
Move.
It's okay. Wait,
It's
wait,
not
but
stressful. Hold on. Let's not. We
Testing.
haven't practiced this. Wait, move that.
Testing.
Like far.
I don't trust myself just to click.
Team 6 is here. Team
Are you
3
and the artist.
and team 4? Okay, team 4. All right. Okay. We are back, and to present this team, we have Ginny.
Yeah, so next is Team 6. They are relatively quiet but also very enthusiastic team. So all of the team members are super talented and fully devoted to the game development. And it's also my honor to be the octopus in the team, so now it's their show time.
Hello, everyone. We are Team 6. Our game is called Labyrinth. My name is Annette. I'm the sound designer and producer.
I'm James. I'm an artist.
I'm Samantha. I'm also an artist.
I'm Jerry. I'm a programmer.
My name is William. I'm the other programmer.
And we are Team Croissant.
So our original game was Ladybug, which is essentially Pac-Man, but with extra mechanics like doors, special collectibles, and an enemy spawn timer. And this is what our game looks like at interim, and this is what our game looks like now. As you can see, we switched from 2D to 2.5D. Basically, we did this because instead of the top-down view in 2D where you can only see the thin tops of the walls, 2.5D gave us a lot more creative freedom where we can also decorate the sides of the walls and immerse players into the world that we're creating. So with that said, welcome to Labyrinth.
2D to 2.5D. We were told it was going to be a challenge, and it was. Originally, our game had to be in 2D because the enemy AI wouldn't work with our 2.5D prototype, as you can see on the right with the narrow walls. As a result, we had to change up our method. First, we redesigned the map so the walls would be a 1x1 block, and we also took inspiration from Among Us's ceiling tiles to make the design cohesive. And on the right, you can see we have the 2.5D look along with making the enemy AI work.
Now for the re-theming. We decided to go with the medieval and steampunk style because, well, in the medieval age, they had dungeons. Dungeons are mazes. Ladybug is a maze-based game, so therefore it makes sense. And for steampunk, it just fit with the rotating doors. The main character of our game is a poor peasant who wants to get rich. He cobbles together his own suit of armor, goes into this quote-unquote fabled dungeon, and then he has to collect all the coins. However, he must avoid other thieves, mercenaries, etc., who also want to get rich, because he has no weapon. Now for the in-game art. So when we were designing our player character, we took inspiration from medieval knights, as you can see by his visor and his plume. When designing his armor, we changed some bits of his armor to be copper-ish colored so that this both reflects the steampunk aesthetic and also it shows that he's poor because he did not really have enough parts to make his armor. When designing the enemy, we cloaked the enemy and made him very dark, not very discernible. And this was to make his evil presence more prominent in the game. However, after interim, we made his cloak billow more and his eyes trail so the player could always tell which way he's facing. Now for the UI, we used copper pipes, gears, anything that's related to steampunk to outline the buttons and all the UI assets. And for the background of the buttons, we used a brown leathery color to mimic leather because that makes sense with the medieval theme.
This is the gameplay UI. We took inspiration from medieval churches and steampunk-themed art for the aesthetic, and we also incorporated design elements like leading lines to guide the player's eyes to the center of the screen. This is the environment. We set up the sprites to be in a tile map format so we can easily put together the dungeon, and we also included design or decorations to complete the dungeon look and tie everything together. And this is our final dungeon.
After we put the dungeon together, it already looks really good, right? But then we made it look even better with post-processing. We slapped on bloom, vignette, you name it, it's there. And we also added a bunch of lights, torches in random places, really. And this really made the entire map feel more atmospheric and eerie, like an underground dungeon.
And now that our game looks really good, we had to make it sound really good. So we started with the background music, where we composed the level soundtrack. And we went for a medieval style track and then switched around the instruments to make it a little more electronic and have that arcade style vibe. For the title music, we just transposed that up a bit and then moved around the notes to make it sound happier so that when you're switching from the menu to the game, it's like you're descending into the dungeon. For our sound effects, we have sound effects for player interactions, coins, and also enemies. All of these sound effects were either recorded by us or edited and found on SoundSnap. And the sound effects I'm about to show you are just our group mates making weird noises. That's a player death. And that's our enemy spawn queue. And then we also have sound effects for UI, like this door transition.
All right, so now that our game has all of this amazing content, we have to make it actually work. So when our team started doing this project, since this is a remake of an arcade game, we wanted to keep the arcade-like controls, and so what we did is that we made all the player only able to move in one direction. If the player tries to move in 2 or more directions, they will freeze, and that is not a good thing when you have an enemy chasing you. After doing all of the controls, change the slide. We made the collectibles. So in the original game, there was the extra, and there was the special, which when you collect all of the letters of them, you get special power-ups. We changed the theme of it to Helms and Knights so that it corresponds with our game, and we also made them give you special items, such as if you get all of the Helms, then you get an extra heart. If you get all of the Knights, you get 3 extra hearts. And then after we did the collectibles, we did level progression for our game. So what we did is that we essentially made each level dimmer than the previous one, and we made the enemies harder.
And speaking of the enemies, due to limitations to Unity's navigation package, we had to make our own. So we did this using 3 enemy states: wandering, jittering, and chasing. When the enemy is wandering, they will select a random tile on the map and go there. When the enemy is jittering, it will be like the left side of the screen right now. They will move around very chaotically. And when the enemy is chasing, they will head directly for the player. Combined with the 3 enemy states, we also have 2 variables, noise and aggression, which controls how often the enemy changes between these states and how often the enemy will be chasing the player, respectively. With these, we have a very easy to change way of making the enemies more difficult as the level progresses.
And that's how you get our game. Thank you. Yeah. I just wanted to say that everyone in my group is so incredibly talented at what they do, and it's been really fun working with them.
Good job, guys. Team 14, come set up. How many mics do you need? 3?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are Team 4, and our game that we're going to present today is Pole Position. My name is Debbie, an artist and a producer.
I'm Anna, one of the programmers.
I'm Brooks, one of the artists.
I'm Ethan, I'm also one of the programmers.
And I'm Jasper, the sound designer.
So first, the synopsis. We wanted Pole Position to be a 3D remaking of the original arcade game Pole Position, and the mood would be vibrant, fast-paced, and competitive. We have 3 obstacles. We want to dodge obstacles, race fast, and reach pole position. This is a demo of our game. And so what did we do to achieve this effect? First up is programming.
In terms of the programming for our game, we tried to focus a lot on the movement system. The first thing we had to do was put a mesh collider on our track to dictate player speed and to serve as the main plane of the game.
And so for the turning, we use wheel colliders. And instead of turning at a fixed angle, in the real world, the car's wheel will turn at different angles to follow the natural arc of the turn. And the inner wheels will have a larger angle, and the outer wheel will have a smaller angle. In this case, we use the Ackermann steering geometry, which is a mathematical formula that calculates the different angles of the inner wheels and outer wheels when the car is turning. Therefore, we can make our cars to turn in a smoother way.
And for the actual moving of the car, we decided to match the velocity of our car's rigid body to a logistic growth graph. This was because originally we used a linear growth graph, which was very odd and janky for our car's movement because it would accelerate very quickly and then end up just staying at some constant max speed. Whereas the logistic growth graph would have a slow acceleration and then near out towards its top speed, like how an actual car would.
And we also designed a state machine for our game to manage the game flow, in which the player can switch between different game states, such as win, lose, pause, play, and so on. So besides the car movements and some mechanics, we also add some features, such as the explosion effect. Basically, when a car is crashed, it will spawn multiple particle systems to represent the explosion, and the car will respond at its nearest checkpoints position. Also, to make sure that the respawn car can face the right direction after it is respawned, we put target points in front of each checkpoint to direct them.
And for the layering off track, we simply used a tag on the off track, and when you would go off track, we would change the max speed. To make this change actually smooth, we decided to use a quick linear interpolation that would go down to 1 below the max speed. So instead of it jumping from like 100 max speed to 20, it would go quickly down from 100 to 20.
And we also add AI cars in some of our levels to make our game more interesting and challenging. And we use a Unity package called Path Creator. So basically, to position the AI car, we create a path for each AI car to make sure it can move on the path as we expected, like the pictures with the green lines shown here. And meanwhile, to make sure that the car can be oriented to the right direction after it is along the way it is moving, we need to calculate the vector difference between the point of path 0.1 second ahead and the current point of the car to make sure that the car can always oriented throughout its way correctly.
And for the actual AI pathing, we used connected splines to form Bézier curves along with a control spacing parameter to smoothen these curves. And along with this, we would use a series of different things that would make for these curves, to make the objects actually follow these curves, we would need to model these objects in a way where their movement would match everything that their movement and their rotation would match the next vector difference in front of where they were heading, 0.1 seconds ahead, in fact. And for collisions, you would have a box collider on your actual car that could just collide with the player and move the particle system so you would see the explosion play.
So sound. This is the theme music for the first level. Originally we had written a track that was a little more upbeat and kind of cheery, but then once we had more of the art assets in, right, it's like a nighttime setting, we can see like the skybox, the atmospheric lighting. We rewrote it to be a little more chill, but still have the intensity of racing, right? So to balance this, we wrote this track that has like an A and a B section. For the second level theme, we have a similar thing where it has an A and a B section, one of them being a little more intense than the other, to balance the speed of the racing, while also, you know, relating to the more naturalistic and relaxed environment. For sound, the main sound that you hear during the game is the engine sound that the player generates. And this engine sound actually increases and decreases in pitch as the player speeds up and slows down. In addition, the player also generates a like tire screeching sound whenever you turn and you're going over a certain speed.
And so finally is the art. We created a total of 2 tracks for this game. The first one is the Shanghai International Circuit, and we wanted the theme to be a nighttime and the style would be semi-realistic. So to create this effect, we modeled lamp lights, stands, billboards, and terrain. We drew our customized skybox to fit with a semi-realistic effect.
So after adding the skybox, we found that the track and the background blends in together. So to fix this problem, we chose to add some post effects and also some stops like billboards and guiding lights and shiny arrows for the directional indicators.
And the next track that we created is the Fuji Speedway. This is the track that was originally used in the pole position game. We basically redesigned the track to fit a new theme, which is daytime. And the style will be more dreamy and naturalistic. We retextured our models. The stands were no longer black at the back. They were now blue. And we modeled Mount Fuji. And the color palette we chose for this scene would be light blue and pink. We also had a new skybox to fit the theme of this level.
So upon the vegetation and post-processing, we chose to add many grasses and big Japanese maple trees to fit in the Mountain Fuji scene. And also we add many post-effects like bloom and fog to achieve it more realistic and heaven-like scene. And also we use the color adjustments to adjust the saturation of the scene to be more blue to achieve dreamy feelings.
And so finally, we had the players. As you have seen in the demo, we have a total of 5 players. They use the same model, but with different textures. We added a creative touch to them. So starting from the player, we have the NHSGA, the RPIS, Morewood, 244, and finally the cluster. And finally, we have the UI design. The UI design is a binding component between the drawn effect of the backdrop skybox and the metallic car that we have the player driving. So it fits both themes, and also it follows the color red of the player car. And that's all we have. Thank you.
Can you check it now? No, don't do it from here. Oh, okay. Check it first.
Okay, now presenting is the last team, Team 3. In the past week, they have worked really hard and they have shown their dedication and creativity. So let's welcome the witches, the wizards, and the dragon.
Hello, everyone. We are Team 3, and our game is called Dracona. I'm Liana. I'm the producer and an artist.
I'm Mia, the other artist.
I'm Sydney. I'm the sound designer.
I'm Yarala. I'm programmer.
And I'm Andrew. I'm the other programmer.
So first, we're going to give a little introduction on our narrative and the original game that was assigned to us. Then we're going to show you a game demo of Dracona. Then we're going to talk about the art progression, sound, and programming progression.
So our original game was Galaga. Galaga is a pretty simple game where the player controls a starship and uses that to destroy Galaga enemies.
So in Galaga, you're defending Earth from invading swarms of aliens. And in Dracona, you're defending the kingdom of Kona from an invading swarm of dragons.
And here is the video.
So throughout the game, you receive guidance from a mysterious figure. He's going to teach you 4 spells, one of which is the Shadow Heart spell, which gives you a Shadow Heart and allows you to make a clone of yourself. This is a replicate of the feature in Galaga where you can capture, your ship gets captured and you can save it and have 2 ships at once. We also have the Fireball, Thunder, and Freeze spells. And we also tried to imitate the entrances that are seen in Galaga of the enemies. So it turns out at the end that the mysterious figure guiding you was actually the king of the dragons, Jakar. And so Jakar feeds off of magical power, so he decided to train up a wizard since all the humans were too weak, and now he's trying to eat you. So the goal of the game is to survive his attack. And Jakar uses the same spells that he's been teaching you to try to kill you. And eventually his force field, which is fueled by the other dragons, breaks, and you can shoot him down.
So now we're going to talk about the art in the game. Our wizard has many functionalities, and we wanted to keep it really fluid and gentle at the same time. So we made an idle, movement, attack, death, and respawn animation that all play off of each other in the game.
Next, we have our enemies. So in the original game of Galaga, there are 3 different types of enemies. There are the butterflies and the bees, and also the Galaga mini-bosses. We modeled our red and purple dragons off of the butterflies and the bees, and when killed, they each drop their own hearts, which allow you to have some sort of power-up. And then our teal dragon is modeled off the Galaga mini-boss, and these drop 2 different types of hearts depending on when you kill them. Finally, we also decided to add a dragon boss, which is basically Jakar, and the final goal of the game is to kill him.
So this is the other art that's in the game. We have a background, title screen, windscreen, and losing screen art. And we wanted to imitate the cutscene feel, so that's why the rest are in different styles. Yeah, and the background, we chose to go with a more sunset theme instead of daylight because it was blending too much with the other art in the game. So that brings us to the other feedback and changes we had to make. So that's our first background we had. And we had to change our aspect ratio, so we made just completely new art for the background.
Also, our original green dragon was faced vertically, but when you enter onto the screen, it has to swirl to get into place, and it looked really awkward, so we decided to completely replace it with a new dragon.
And the sound design can be categorized into 2 different sections, which are music and sound effects. So starting with background music, music is a crucial part of our game, but it wasn't present in the original game, so we improved upon it by adding music that connects to our version's theme. And for the background music, we have 5 different audio types, which are the menu, in-game, boss level, game over, and the level complete music. And in comparison to the other audio types, the in-game music is, it brings a more upbeat and playful tone, which allows the player to enjoy the thrill of the game. And furthermore, the boss level music it accentuates the previous point, which is to build the tension by increasing the pace of the music and changing the melody. And for sound effects, compared to in the original game, the silent attacks, we added sound effects to the fireballs used by the dragons, as well as the different types of magic used by the wizards, such as the freezing and lightning attacks. And in the original game, the captured sound was a high-pitched screech, but we changed it into a vacuuming sound to signify your defeat. And lastly, compared to the monotonous and high-pitched music and sound effects in the original game, we made sure that the different sections have different audio so that the player can navigate the game more easily.
Great. So for programming, we started off with the basic player control. So this was just arrow keys to move and spacebar to shoot. And after that, we started implementing spells. So we have 4 types of spells. We have, again, the Shadow Mage, which clones yourself so you can shoot extra bullets. We have the Fireball, which does basic AoE attack. We have the Lightning Bolt, which shoots straight down and just kills the enemies above you. And we have the Freeze, which immobilizes dragons.
So in the original game, the enemies are the aliens, and they fly down and attack you in different patterns. The original game has 3 enemy types. 2 of them were implemented during the interim, which is the bees and the butterflies. Bees fly down and then loop around, and the butterflies do the zigzag move. But they were static, so for the final product, we make them enter in actual swarms, like in the original game. And we also made the grid system, which I'm going to talk about a little bit later. We also added the 3rd enemy, which is the boss Galaga from the original game. He can come down and eat you, and if you kill him after he eats you, you can get a clone, just like in the original. And he can also fly down and attack you with his butterfly companions, just like in the original game.
So the other enemy that we have is obviously the boss. And so the boss is Drakkar, and again, he uses the same spells that he's been teaching you the whole game. So again, the Fireball, which is directed towards you, the Lightning Bolt, which spawns randomly with a little indicator to show you where it is, and the Freeze spell, which is going to slow you down and just decrease your movement speed. After that, since the force field is fueled by his dragon minions, the force field starts flickering, and when it's off, you can shoot him. If you shoot him 3 times, you win the game. And yeah, the concept for this was he's been teaching you these spells, and now he's going to be using them against you.
So the grid system I was talking about was because in the original game, all the levels have the same enemy layout. We wanted to have a variety of levels, but instead of actually creating the levels, like the layouts ourselves, what we made is we made rows, like we made the grid, which has the rows for each type of enemy. And when the enemy enters, they choose a random spot on the grid on their row. However, if they would just all have a random position, it wouldn't feel like a hive mind. So when the other enemy enters, he enters like in a symmetrical position. So it like feels like hive mind. But at the same time, every time you play, the layout is always different. So we got the feedback about the camera because all the enemies wouldn't fit. So we wanted to zoom it out. However, the original game was like more like vertical, and ours was horizontal, so we like met in the middle, made it like 1 by 1 square. And also, we made the hive mind. In addition to what I mentioned before, we also made them like move back and forth when not all enemies arrived, but when they all arrived, they make like this like breathing movement, just like in the original game.
So we also got feedback to telegraph better, especially for spells. Whenever you use a spell, you have to use mana. If you're out of mana, then you can't cast the spell. And sometimes it's hard to tell how much mana you have. So we added a flashing animation and a sound effect to show when you're out of mana. And on top of this, we also received feedback about a challenging stage in Galaga. So we tried to implement this with the boss, but basically the idea is Galaga is more about precision. So you're trying to shoot as many enemies as possible before they fly off screen. And we tried to replicate this with Drakkar because his force field will reflect your bolts back at you. So you have to be more precise and considerate instead of just spamming buttons as much as you can.
Thank you so much.
Oh, hi. You guys did great. These were great presentations, and you guys did a really good job throughout this week. So applaud for yourself. Woo! All right. And to conclude this, we are going to announce the teams for original game. Just kidding, no, we're not. Okay, we're ending today. Please go enjoy yourselves. Come back at 5:25 so that we can take attendance.